Okay. Go back to spreadsheet gameplay today. Okay. Well, I did make one decision. I'm probably going back. I'm gonna go hit based. This legendary page is going to be fixed, but that I've got slot 3, slot 4, and slot 5. First off, I don't even want to support it. Does it pop up when I do this? No. I was say, let me start with talents. Or no, out of this. Add a new notes page. Like chromatic shot. Scales. All attributes. I'll move that over here. Nope. Control A, X, E. There we go. It's like all attributes are one. Elemental skill levels are an easy one. Um, uh, tags. Spell proj area, cold fire, lightning, horizontal. Hold on, I'm gonna put them in order. Uh, spell projectile area. Lightning and horizontal. I butchered projectile. You spell check this? Why does it even come up? Whatever. You're being lazy. Yes. Or the, let's see, mechanics. Auto tracing. Force convert. %70 shotgun. That's about it. Like that's all the like quirks it kind of has. It does have explode, but I don't know. 5 meter, 10% 5 meter. We'll put that there. Wow, I would just hold cap or shift. And because it has a radius tag there, you probably could scale the area if you wanted to. It doesn't have an area tag though, so I don't think it would work. Oh, another interesting quirk this has though is the all main stat. Like its advantages and disadvantages overlap. As 157% damage effectiveness of added, which I mean you could scale with flat because it should work because of the force convert. And like crit. I think going crit would be fine. Crit, projectile count, which you probably don't need too much of that. Um, but what's the stat called on this? Is it Light Chaser? I mean, you get additional damage ratio, which is really nice. No projectile speed. Enhanced tracking ability. Are there other sources of that? With the additional prod speed, with Gale Wind, like it does have technically 2 extra. It is pretty loaded. Additional damage ratio. Oh, granted by main stat. Wait, that's insane. Because typically, This seal got buffed by a lot. So typically, the way this would work. So instead of what's the usual ratio on these? Like main stat scaling. Does it show? If I just search dexterity. Every point increases damage of skills. I have a dexterity as main stat by 0.5%. Includes damage of the skill itself, ailment damage, damage of minion. Bonuses and main stats are added together. Okay. Means per point of stat, you get 0.5%. Is that a typing error? Hold on. I don't know, 0.5%. So I don't know entirely, but my assumption is every point would be a 0.5% multiplier. So the way this would work, 25% additional ratio. It's probably like per point an extra like 12.5%, I think. Well, not 12.5. Because it's like of a percent. Like 25% of 5% and add it to it. That's all I gotta do. Hold on. When you struggle, open this. Five divided by this number. 0.2. So it should be a 0.7. And we get like a quarter of the upgrade thing. Do this. 5 divided by 4. Remove the decimal over twice. That's all I gotta do. It'll be 0.125. Let's move it over once. Yeah, 0.125. So that would get added onto it. So the coefficient would end up being 6.2 or 0.625 on there per stat, which means every additional stat, every 4 is like one additional. It's fine. It's just a 25. It's kind of like 25% bonus of stats, almost. Quite good. Okay. Let me. What do you mean Trump stream? I'm doing okay. I'm not doing Wilt though. Wilt's a dumb idea for chromatic shot. So I'm not doing it. It has no scaling for Wilt. Chromatic shot specifically. If I want to play another skill, it'd be doable. But I want to do chromatic, so hit based it is. And I'm just trying to think of all the like things I can do right now. So like light chaser. What is this? Magnificent. has like, get 20% additional damage. That is a dollar sign. I get 25% additional damage ratio. Which is, it's like 0.625%. Per stat. The additional prod speed. Why would I be paying real life money? I don't even have real life money to pay. No, I said that's a dollar sign. What does the noble one do? Says 20% additional damage. And then force convert in order. Fire lightning. I don't know if that order is relevant, but I think I'm gonna plan on 2 elixirs. Because if I do... Yeah. And like go crit. I should be able to trigger this every 0.5 seconds fairly easily. Like even without 100% crit. As long as I scale a couple of projectiles, I can run an early crit flask in the basic one. I run... I can put the crit flask in the second one. It doesn't matter. They'll probably keep a life recovery flask early / mana. Use that to get some additional damage. Ambition wants me to use 1 flask and reduce the elixir skill duration so I can trigger the elixir skill more often. That's what it wants me to do. Because you can get that down quite low. You get 4 seconds of percent elixir skill. I'm assuming that's just elixir effect. It's additional as well. So you can get pretty close to like 100% additional. Actually, you can get 100% additional, so you can double your elixir effect using it. It's not what I'm going to use early, but... Or maybe even late, I don't think. A little weird. Bonuses to max life and mana apply to elixir skill effects. So if you have 60% extra max life, you have 60% elixir skill effect. The other option is for the special scent bottle. Then what do I get in here? A 400 max energy shields. Like 400 times 40. Like in order to even get this. 400, well, 1.8% additional damage. Hold on, how many times I gotta divide that? Like just for the base effect. I'm assuming the scaling is linear, so it shouldn't. This should work. The calculation should work. I don't know if I'm gonna use this, but might as well figure it out. What was it? 400 times. Or divided by 1.8. No, that's not what I want to do. 140 divided by 1.8. 22.2. So I'd need 23. 23 of these. In order to hit maximum effect. You need 9,200 energy shield to get the maximum effect out of these. Never mind. You need more than that. That was for the highest. This is for 40. I mean, at baseline. So actually, it's worse. Because that means it's just 440 times. You need 16,000. It gets less, though, with the higher ones. I think. Like, 70 divided by 1.8. Yeah, it's a little bit less. You need 39 as opposed to 40. So 15,600. Just 16,000. Okay, well, I guess you want to stack energy shield. That's an option. The thing is, you can also get base damage from like a cicada shell. And not only are you getting the additional bonus damage, you're getting additional added damage or extra added damage based on your energy shield. And that added damage will apply to every single element because it's going to be force converted. So that's an option. If you go here for the special reagent anyway. When you or your minions attacks or spells defeat an enemy, you can get a 25% chance for explode. That's basically additional damage on kill. 25% chance for one. I mean, you don't really need the special one. But having two, it depends on what you want to do. You could use it for utility just to like run faster, extra max stats, projectiles. It does kind of double as a I think it's worth it. I think it's worth the skill slot depending on what you use it for. Like, I think, let's see. Where's my other page? Um, I think yes, stack is a nice one. Res stacking. Armor. I don't know. The energy shield is the most direct one. But because she has because these are affected by elixir effect. And I think you could technically triple these values. Like this could be a 36% additional at baseline. It's not like it's not much more than or much less. I don't know. It's a decent amount less than what you would get from another character. I think triple is like you go full on elixir effect. Because like you can get this 60% from Tailored Remedy, but that assumes you're running the two elixirs. Right? So you would be running the tincture blend. At which point you're probably just gonna stack energy shield. If you go this, you're probably just getting energy shield no matter what. Because the only other option ends up being Thunder Dragon. Unless you want to go block based. It does let you go block very easily. Just kind of double. You need like half as much block. Literally half as much. So 50%. No, because block cap's not 100%. Yeah, it is. It is. You only need 50% block on both, which can be done very easily off of a shield and one hero memory. That assumes you want to even go shield. You could. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't really be that bad. You could just run 2 hero memories for it. Run a damage hero memory. Block cap pretty easy. And like the true damage, it's equal to the mitigated damage. And like it's not gonna be the full thing. I'm assuming. I think it'd be easy to out heal. Unless you're getting hit by a lot of things, but if you manage to get it to level 5 though, it doesn't even you don't even take it. And even at 3 and even at 4, you'd only take 1.5. It's not that much damage. It's not bad. Because you'd mitigate like, I think you mitigate like 80% of the hit, really. So even if something hits me, well, because it's what the block mitigates. Don't you mitigate stuff before block, too? With like resistances and stuff? I'll put block in there. It's like everything's an option. Injury buffer? Like, she's like, whatever is kind of fine. Just depends on what you pick. But the things that have synergy with the skill itself, I think Chromatic Shot does pair well with the energy shield stacking. Like, you'd obviously want some crit. But I don't remember, because for resistances, Legendary gear. There's gonna be a ton of stuff in here. I'm not looking for resistance specifically. Looking for stuff that things that scale it. Also, hold on, let me look at the elixir. Yeah, let's just look at the ones in the patch notes. I spelled it wrong again. Ah. Get 35% elixir skill effect from. Wait, hold on. Up to 12 stacks. Oh, it's for every one recently though. So you're probably only going to get like 4 stacks maybe. So we can just say 6%. I'll just put 35% from Pack Spirit. But I mean, from this stuff alone, you're at 100% elixir effect. Like these. That's a legendary talent. That's counted 3 times, so like technically that's 24%. So yeah. That ends up being 79. And then you can get them on slates too. And with the additional here, I think 200% is doable. I don't know if that much is useful though. Like getting more of it from outside of these. I'm still not sure about the additional 60. I think 1 elixir would be better. The thing is, because if you want to use this, you would go the 1 elixir and you wouldn't get the 60% additional. With 2 elixirs, you get the 60% additional, but you're going to run much longer skill effect. So you're not going to like, yeah. I mean, you can shorten it if you want. And then there's like, so the belt can give 50%, 40 to 50. Uh, I think this one maintaining the 5 stacks is doable. It's like almost 45%, but it tend to. Yeah. You get 10 to 15% off of gloves. Here's the. So they last. They all last 3 seconds. From what I can tell. 2-second base duration. That lets you scorch instead of ignite, but that's okay. I think if you wanted to do damage over time with her, you'd reap scorches. Oh, but never mind. It just changes ignite to scorch. It's still the same amount. That's the minion one. Future Toad Distillate's kind of nice. 20% defenses and 40% crucify. That does let you get more energy shield. It is elemental and erosion res for 3 seconds. And you should be able to get, like, at a minimum, if you run the Pack Spirit with the legendary medium and the medium trait. Like, if you just run those and get the 78% at 16, like, how much res is that? Like, just baseline. Was that 16 times 1.79? That's almost 30% all res off the elixir. You should be able to get it to 30. It's not that hard to get some extra elixir effect. You can get it to 32 with 21% more elixir effect. If you add one elixir effect multiplier, which neither of them are great to get. I think you do get one on your trait, but look at that later. Because on the, hold on, I'll just look at it. On the trait, oh no, there's nothing in the base trait. You only get it. Uh, if you did run two though, and you have the 60%, like assuming, right? The 1 point. Well, there, do you 79, 1.6. Yeah, it'd be 126%. So like 2.26 times the 79. I think. No, wait, I'm dumb. Super dumb. Hold on. 70, 79. Point. Yeah, okay, yeah, 79% additional. So times 1.6 is 126.4%. And that gets applied to the 16. That's what I was doing. So it'd be 2.264 times 16. 36%. All res. I mean, from a flask, it's not bad. It's like a good chunk of what you'd need. I don't know how much that would translate into if you do. It doesn't free up as much as I'd like it to. I like that number to be a little bit higher. Like, if I can get that to 50%. You can get that to percent life rest. That's cool. And I forgot Thea got reworked. I don't really care. I'll look at it later. You can get 24 to 26% from memory revival. I don't know how reliable that is. What are the two effects or one empowered effect? That's an additional 150. That's a multiplier to the effect. Here's some universal ones. Elixir skill in any scent bottle gains 12% elixir effect. Oh no, these are for the base traits. This doesn't say additional. It might not even be additional. This one's kind of weak. That's interesting. So if you have 100% ailment avoidance, but you'd need to scale the chance. But you get 50% chance to inflict the resistance reversal. Oh, so this lets you sort of not go into resistances and treat your max res as the res. I don't know how effective that would be. But if you're not able to cap your res, it's pretty nice. But the reversal is kind of what you want. I'd probably ignore that top part, but the reversal. Discord of the Second Will is kind of nice too. It's another way to apply control effects. So you can get paralysis and weakening. And they last longer than a second, so you could maintain them. If you're already... Yeah, it's crowd control. This should actually apply all of them. Because what is it? It's paralysis, weakening, taunt. I think there's only 3 it would be able to apply. I think there's one other one. That one's good too. That'd probably be expensive. Certain projectile skills after projectile return could hit the same enemy multiple times even without the shotgun effect. Oh, okay. Anyways, let me go back and find the resistance stack items. I don't remember what did it. Start from the bottom. I think Legless is one of them. Hold on. If I gotta find Legless, I can probably look at the others. Oh, never mind. If you're stacking them all equally, Royal Cycle does kind of work. I think I'd rather get a Void Embankment though. I think Void Embankment's pretty big. It's technically 300 stats off of one item. You get a good roll. And you easily get the 20%. So you need 800 stats total. This covers nearly half of it. That gives you 20% all LE. Paired with a flask, you get pretty close to cap. All you really need then is erosion or is and then with the was it 6 point whatever? Where did I wrote it down. Here it is. So the 0.625 per stat. Like just with that chest. 300 is 0.625. You get 187% additional damage. No, that doesn't make sense. I'm not yawning. I haven't yawned once. Oh yeah, see that's not 0.625. It'd be 0.06. No, because every 2 would be 1%. Right, 2 times 0.5. Yeah, it would be 1. So 300 times 0.625 is 187. Yeah. Which means if I find a good source of flat damage, I can also hit that up. Armor is no lower than 100,000. That is a way to get some more all-res. Because if you run a corrupted void embankment for the flat max energy shield, and you do a Vorax, what, gloves? For the... Is it gloves? I don't remember. The cicada shell. To get the scaling, you can do percent energy shield. And you can do the added damage, which I'm pretty sure is flat. And then that'll get scaled. Also fervor? Crafting. Crafting? Yeah, so it'd be gloves. The cicada shell. Could also just wear cicada shell. Hold on. I'm gonna have to either way. I'm gonna have to wear one or the other. I think you wear void embankment. Get a corrupt on like all stats or max energy shield. So what? Helmets. Helmet chest. Gloves. Boots. Um Weapon 1, weapon 2. How about this? Left and right. A neckring belt. Like, I'm thinking of void embankment. I spelled that wrong. Nope, that's right. It just looks weird. Borax glove. Cottage shell. That seems the easy way to, like, sort of scale it. Is there any other way? Get, like, to get some added damage? Because I can't run Israfels, because if I want to run that combo, chest and gloves are taken. Or neck. I mean, these can be like early game picks too. Wait, Frostbolt's kind of cool. Because it penetrates Ellie res. It doesn't penetrate um that specific res for that debuff. And I think you guarantee Frostbite numbed. So you get both. You can get up to 70% Ellie pin. From the one slot. Some all stats, some energy shield. Like, all the stats on it are good. Frostbolt's a cool item for that. It's probably not the best item for it, but like those are good. You do false gods with any added stat because they're all the same effectively. I didn't put. Did not put Frostbolt on that page. That's a oh, but that's for attack skills. It is a cool one. Oh yeah, because that's just for attack. You don't even get the crit rating from Howling Wind. I think I would rather put Gale on belt or a pedigree. Way easier. I don't want to use that. On neck, you can get stat. Um, Defense is okay. Spell aggression is good. However, apply additional tangle. I'm not sure if I want to go tangle or not because it does take up the. I probably will early, but I don't know if it's what I want to keep. Damage per stats is nice. Get percent all stats. I think it's really strong. Get projectile speed. Get damage. Active skill level. Probably would just do a crafted neck. I don't think there's anything that I would wear. I think Frostbolt could be decent to use outside of like not having a crafted neck. But there's other options too. And for rings, is there anything? Born in Fire is kind of nice, just for leveling. I think the percent fire damage just scales all of the damage, I'm pretty sure. And maybe not. Those don't really. Elemental damage equal. Yeah, 2 attacks and spells. Focus blessings are an option too, because they do, like Heart of Magic will help you with spell damage. You could use those. I think we do just go Crafted Ring as well. And also, since we only need 1 curse, we only need like the Timid Ring and then good. Right? Timid's on, yeah, Timid's on Ring. Which does free up things. Oh, and then I can just purely use Empower effects for the prepare on the elixir. How long does this last? By default, melee area. I know Empower. Here it is. Looked straight at it. I don't know if mana boils the play. Secret Origin's cool. .5% additional spell damage and 3% cast speed for every focus blessing. I guess it's only the attack speed. I guess the additional damage would stay the same, but more casts. An option. Get cast speeds up really high. Why is this on? Oh yeah, it should be on active. Empower. That's for minions. Isn't this off a minion? Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, those are the minion ones. There aren't very many empower effects that just like kind of work. Harmonious Field? That's entry. Archery bond's okay. Anyways, their duration 6 seconds. You could get it to 8, but this requires level 5 skill to maintain 2 at full time. And get the additional effect on them. 1 full time is doable. I don't know. Aim is one that can be used. I don't know if I even like the empower skills. What else do I have for support then? Like with 5 slots, if I run 2 elixirs, and I have curse on ring, like assuming I have curse on ring, because there's only 1 curse that's even remotely useful. Is there another skill I can use to support the way the character plays? I mean, I guess you have a movement skill. I only really have room for 1 at that point. Right? Main skill. And if you run 2 elixirs for the elixir effect, that's 3. Movement is 4. So then you have like curse or 1 empower that you can maintain uptime on. Purely through preparing it. And then that gets the elixir effect. You really need it. There's not a lot of sources of additional damage here. Because you can get the percent increase from an elixir, the crit one. At that point, you can get some extra energy shield. So out of all of these, like Secret Origin is tempting. I think Secret Origin is the way you would go. But that does require, like, you would want to hit at least the 8 focus blessing stacks. I mean, Hearts of Magic can let you do it early. You do have some open dream affixes. You start 4? 3 or 4? So you need an extra plus 5 or 4. How many do we start with? Okay. Yeah, okay, you start at 4. So you need 4 extra focus blessings. That shouldn't be that hard to get. I mean, starting in knowledge, you can get a +1. If you crit, well, I'm not going deception. I mean, these are talents. Like knowledge does have two sources, but I don't know that I don't think I want chili. Because you have a 12 point and a 24. You can go peculiar vibe for the additional tangle on enemies. That's fine. So down here, it'd be if I'm going tangle early, but if I'm not going tangle, insight chili is easy. All three 24-point options are kind of in competition with each other. But let's just assume I don't take chili. Let's say I go peculiar vibe acquaintance early. We do tangle while we're leveling, whatever. I don't know how long it's gonna last. We can go chili later if we need to. But you pick up. I pick up the one max focus blessing off the legendary medium. I could do an extra legendary medium as a slate, so that's 2. If I want 2 more easy ones, you can do 2 hearts of magic, at least for early gameplay. Could also I don't remember what other sources. I think you can get it on uh craft dream talking? Sort of. You can get it on rings. I think you can get it as a base affix too. It's probably not even that expensive as a base affix. You'd only need 2. You just want to be at 8. It's not like you're. I'm not purely stacking it. What's drop source? Oh. Our sequence is. I mean, you can get 2 here. Focus to agility if you want. I don't really want that. Get easy additional spell damage. What mobility skill do I want to use? Actually, what does she even start with? I don't even know. She probably gets blink. Probably what I'll use. I want some movement speed. Right now, like, there's like a severe lack of movement speed that I have. And I can't get it through Empower. I don't think. I can use an elixir for movement. It feels like a waste. But if I'm just using it for mapping and not bossing, it's fine. Just look at some more legendaries and see what options I have. Craft. Go helmet. Of course I have to sort it, whatever. Nothing really jumps out. More likely to see something on the end helmet. Oh, and do it like this. Nope, not chest. Blind Vision's a cool early one. I think again we're just going crafted. Just gonna take a look at the boots. A lot there either. Lone walkies could be. Well, I mean, it's always gonna be decent, but there might be a lot of energy to spare though. If I'm running 2 elixirs, there's no way I'm doing 5 points in them. Like maybe on one of them. Well, no, because that's how I'm thinking of getting my immunity though. Well, no, that'd only work if I was doing restoration ones. I'm not really planning on doing restoration ones. Unless I need to. But if I don't run restoration ones, is it easier to get damage from the elixirs or defense from the elixirs? Or if I go one or the other, what's easier to make up for? I think damage is easier to make up for. So maybe I should just go for defensive elixirs instead. We'll see how it goes. I'm still not too sure. I just want a lot of movement speeds from somewhere. I think the elixir is the way to do it, but you know what? Verdant steps might be the call. Although those are gonna be so expensive, but that might be how I'd get my movement speed. Could potentially mega stack. I think there's enough room in the build. I mean, it might just be moving a little slow. I think everyone's gonna be moving a little bit slow though. I don't know. Take a quick break though. Let's put this back to full screen. Okay, we back. I forgot what I was doing. Probably doing normal game tomorrow, but I have an idea of what I want now. I wonder if added damage to spells would be a good play on the weapon. And the nice thing about crafting the wand, though, is I can settle for any of the elemental skill levels. As long as you hit lightning, cold, or fire, that's good. That's at least one of the things you'd want. And then the 3 spell skill levels for ultimate. I want an ultimate suffix. If I'm still running Tangle, then the Tangle damage enhancement. And for advanced, probably crit. Got 2 basics left. Cast speed and melee damage are decent. Regain's okay. I don't think I want regain. Yeah, I think you do just do flat. You just go flat lightning damage on both. That's gonna get converted anyway. The other option, though. Well, no, I don't want to run. I could run double advanced on the prefix and not do, because you could just do stats. But I think I'd want some flat. I think running flat lightning on both is fine. The stats still might be better. Yeah, I think they would be better. I would need on one piece probably like 250-ish flat to be better. How does... Let's see how Chrome scales with levels, if it's even in here. Oh, but the new one's not. The new one is not. Oh wait, no, this is the new one. Okay. But it doesn't really get base damage past 20. So maybe I do want another source of flat from somewhere. Like 1100. Just see, how much do you get from 19 to 20? 495. It's about 100 minimum. I don't know, maybe I could, maybe do just add some flat. Crash. Just close that. Because you can get all the added lightning. Each added craft is almost a level. Oh yeah, but I get flat from Cicada's shell. So like, so let's say we want 100 added damage. I mean, you need 10,000 energy shield for that. About. Right, times. Um. No. Yeah, you need 10,000. Because 1,000 gives 10 flat. I mean, you're gonna get a little bit more than that, but yeah, I can't wait. I don't even. My build's probably not even gonna work, but can give it a shot. Can always go Carino if I need to. I think Carino's gonna be good. Erica 1's always good. You can't get flat per focus. I mean, this isn't that much anyway. For every 1,000 consumed recently. So if you were to consume 4,000 recently, you can get to 100 flat. And if you can regen that quick enough, I don't think you can get the cost high enough for that to work well. Because spells just don't do it. They just don't. They'll never get as much actions per second, like, as an attack does. I just don't see it. There's no real way there. Like, what? It's not that much though. I need a good source of flat damage. Right now, the only thing I can think of is just adding it through rings and stuff. But that's not. I mean, they've been making some changes to the patch notes. Like, there's stuff that was changed yesterday while I was like doing things. Like, where can I get flat damage? Because if you're doing all attributes, you don't have the option of other things. The only real source I can think of is Cicada Shell. But you're like high end, I guess you end up. Yeah, I'm probably actually playing something tomorrow. For the next couple days. Only reason I'm doing this today is because I decided not to do Wilt, so I have to rethink what I was doing. I just want a decent outline, and then I'm probably gonna like look at what other people are thinking of. Like I've been skimming stuff off of off the Discord that looks cool and just writing it down.
Like I need a reliable source of flat damage. Like Cicada Shell's the only thing I see, but that's gonna be super late before that's even usable. Like that's Vorax craft. Like I'm not doing that early. So like, what could I do instead? Like maybe I could do something with focus blessings or int. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from getting enough int to do to run Israfels. It's a lot of flat. No, sorry, not laws. Hold on. I know it's in here. Could have sworn it was gloves. Oh no, it's sorrow. Oh, that kind of messes up my void embankment though. Oh, but instead of Cicada Shot, I can just do. But Israfels is always fairly expensive, isn't it? Sorrow? But either way, this is enough flat. Like, this would solve all the flat I need. I could just wear this and Void Embankment Vorax the stats off of Void Embankment. That shouldn't be that expensive. Like, I should be able to do that. This is a big thing. I just want the all stats off of Void Embankment. And I can Vorax craft some other stuff. And, like, what's available of Vorax crafts? Like, the normal ones? That's the only, like, real big source of flat that's easy to get. It's like 600 end. Still have to hit it, though. Like Void Embankment gives me like 100, so I need 500 more. I can probably get another 100 from talents. And like gear. The 36% int would help a lot too. Because you only need what was that 64? So like 600 34. I think that's it. I mean, it's not quite 384. What times 164 is equal to 600? 600 divided by 1.64. Yeah, okay. No, that doesn't make any sense. It'd be what times 600? Or no, blank times 164. No, blank times, yeah, blank times 136. So divide by, yeah, 600. 600 divided by 1.36. They need 442 int total for the Israfels to give me what I need. I think I'm gonna build around hitting this breakpoint. So 442. Write it down. I'm also gonna change these. Hold on. I am. I want to avoid embankment on here. This is gonna. I don't want to do super in-game setup. I'm just gonna do this. Real sorrow. Or 440 and needed. Void embankment has how much again? Maybe I just don't do the Cicada Shell thing. I get so much from Israfel's. So much flat. I think it is better. I can still stack stuff. And then this does let me move stuff into like more movement or utility, I think. That's 75 to 100. Like assuming all legendaries. Like if I just went all legendary pieces, you could do. I think the thing I would be looking at for this one, for the neck, it's either going to be a Frostbolt. Like Frostbolt would work pretty well for early game. But I don't know how available it would be. The other option is I need to look at auras too. I think I get some flat from auras. Oh, a false god. I think those are the only two like early ones. You could also do like Howling Wind. I don't think Howling Wind would be needed. Not for what I want to do. I want Gale, but I can just get it on a slate for pretty cheap, I think. Because you can get, yeah, you can get int per 4. You would prioritize int per 4. Which is you'd get up to 25 instances. So that can give you 75-ish. 150 if you hit 2 rolls. It can hit 4 rolls. Like 75 times 4 is 300. That solves almost all of it, but you just look for any 4 stat affixes though. But we just assume 75. So I'd still need, assuming minimum rolls, right? 150, I need another 292? Because you just get normal stat rolls everywhere else. I'm thinking of Double Heart of Magic first for like some easy legendaries early. I don't think there's another ring in here that I like. Heart of Magic is very strong anyway. It doesn't give any int though. So kind of sad, but it does help me meet one of my other requirements though. I have to scale some crit, but that's not gonna be that hard. You have to crit once every 4 seconds. Not a big deal. Left and right weapon. I think we just run crafted weapon, right? And then those run. If I can do wander staff. Either's fine. I'll probably just do staff early so I can get the int roll and be done with it. Not to run it twice. Like, I just do a 10 staff. We can run some flat through the 10 staff too if we want. Because I'm not going to have access to the ultimate affixes early. And it lets me get like crit and everything. You just run int here. Because that's tier 1. What's tier 2 look like? 90. And just to check, are there any legendaries that give? Not exactly. And wand is the other one we would do. Uh, any belts? Any early belts? It could give me a lot of stats. Preferably int. Actually, there is one. There is a specific one. Dawnbreak. Dawnbreak can get me a lot of int. And some other good stats. Yeah. That's a good one. It'll also help with the crit. 100. And there's just boots left. Which I don't think there's really. I think these just end up crafted. There aren't too many legendary ones that I can do early. I think these are just crafted. They can even roll main stat. They cannot. That makes things easier. So how much is this minimum? Like, I need to go double check on the Vorax crafts though, real quick.
Uh, is it in here? There we go. Vorex gloves. 'Cause you can get int base affixes too. Is fine. I would probably do that. What are the other crafts? Added damage. I don't think I need that much anymore. Jump. Additional damage with fervor is okay. There's not really anything else I want though. Like I can't get. Doesn't look like I can get. Oh, I might be able to. Hold on, gloves. I don't care what base. Those crafts. Oh no, so it doesn't run it anyway. I can potentially get 15 on gloves, but it's not really. Okay. Then we get. Let's do add the minimums. So 75 plus 90 plus 75 plus 50 is 290. And then the maximum is 100 plus, I think 130? 100. I'll just say 120. I'm pretty sure that's in the range. 120. I'll do 150 there because I don't want to assume I'm all four. Okay, so there's a very wide range. Between these items, I can hit it. That's not even looking at talents. And like this stuff, the Heart of Magic is gonna be dropped and stuff. So, like I'll have room to do other crafted items. Uh, talent wise, how much int can I get out of the planned talents? I'm not going Magister. Goddess of Knowledge has 24 plus 48. So 72. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only one I would go that's in. So there's 72 in there. Is there any all stat? There is. Lich has all stats. That's very strong. That's that's it's 30 stat per point. That's 90 stats. Plus this one, 15 per point. Lich is really nice. What else is in Lich?
I might not go. I might not go Steel Vanguard. I might just go Lich. Because I wanted the elixir effect from there, but Lich might be better. Off the Beaten Track's really nice too. I just like the all stats. That helps out a lot for damage. And then cooldown. All skill levels. The max charges and cooldown recovery speed helps with mobility. And like skill effect duration if I want it. You can get some crit in here. I don't know if this is worth it just for the all stats though. Yeah, Steel Vanguard doesn't have a stat thing, which is awkward. This is the only thing Steel Vanguard really has for me. It's like the elixir effect. Don't get me wrong, it's quite a bit. Take a look at auras. Focus skills. Do they add? You add damage. Oh, but it's not the type of added damage that I would think about. Yeah, no, not running the focus skills. I could use them for wilt and trauma early. Precise projectiles, 100% running. Oh, for spells. Like, hold on, how much percent is precise projectiles? 50? I mean, I can use a fire magus for
crit at 20. That's 70%. I could run another 20. I think fire and thunder. That leaves me with 10%, and we can just do like nimbleness probably. Oh no, sorry, not nimbleness. That's not the one. Swiftness. Yeah, and that'd be all the mana reserved with like a little bit left over. Doesn't give me a whole lot, but talent wise. I either start knowledge. What is Lich under? Lich is under deception, I think. Yeah, deception doesn't help me at all. But these talent nodes are quite nice and could be used in the slate for like a cheap option. Just run the 10 dex 10 int. And then that's 20 stats per slate. If I have one of those on every slate, it's like an extra 100 stats. You can also just do the all stats though. I think there's a 10 all stats, which is better. I can just do that from Lich, yeah. So like I think Might and War are out. So what's in Huntress or Hunting? Hasten, projectile quant. I mean, you can get lucky damage, so impermanence might not be the worst thing. If you run a lucky damage flask or elixir, you go impermanence, and you scale the max through the moon. That does end up being on a good roll, almost an extra 1,000 flat. This is effectively a source of flat. Oh, but no, never mind. Because it's physical damage. Never mind. That is not going to work. Because none of the base damage is physical. I don't think. Yeah, it's not. From what I can tell. I'll double check it. It just says deals. I'll just assume it's elemental every time. I don't know specifically. Yeah. Okay. I think you just start knowledge. I just got peculiar vibe acquaintance. For now. And then second tree has to be from knowledge. It's probably always going to be elementalist. It's too good for what I can get out of here. Like penetrating is just 24% elemental damage. Translucent's not bad either. They get reduced area, attack, and cast speed. Good. And the next two? Yeah, the next two. Are like
Like, is Warlock bad? Like, I don't know. Warlock's a maybe, because I can get Dirty Trick somewhere else. But I do want it. Like, it might need to be on a pedigree. Like, I might need a pretty pricey pedigree. But as another option, I think Steel Vanguard fits here. Which that's and then Lich. Is Lich the one that I want? Because there are other options. Look at the int ones. Like Magister can help with like the focus blessing stuff. Could run shell. If you mana stack, you could go Arcanist. 1% of max mana. Because that does add the base. I mean, you do need, let's see. For every 10k max mana is 100 flat. Is I'd like to get. I'd probably need at a minimum 25,000 mana. I don't know how easy or hard that is to get. I've never put mana on a character as a source of damage. Like, percent mana is good. The flat mana you get isn't bad. Get lots of percent. 18%, another 24%. You can get like 1.5% times your mana. There's another micro for max. Another micro for max. Just this to the tree. $18.24, so 42. Another 30, so that's 72 plus 18, that's 90%. This gets you to 100, so you can double every mana you get, which means I would need like 12.5 flat, and these nodes are strong. Mana per int is very good. The consumption does let you use Then how much mana do you get per point? Is there flat in the talents? There's a little bit in Magister, but not that much. And Knowledge has some. You almost get 2.5. Actually, you can get 2.5. Like if you do... If 25,000 is the, like the lower end of what I want, and you can 2.5x it. If you can get 10k mana flat, it has to be 10k total flat with these percent increases. You can probably make things work better too. Like on a ring, how much can you get? Uh, it still might be a little difficult. I might be able to. The old grudge is a decent early option too. Anything that gives just a lot of flat? I mean, the Glacier Caster Shield does give a bit. Every 1,000 consumed recently. If I were to consume the whole 25k within 4 seconds, which I doubt I can do. Like 25,000 in 4 seconds. And it's 25 stacks. A decent amount of flat, isn't it? It's 25 times 25. It's 600 flat. That would work out a lot too. But you'd need the cast speed fast enough. What's 4% of 25,000? I don't even know if I can hit this, but just arbitrary value that I made up in my head. A 1,000. Easy numbers. No, it'd be the attacks per second I would need to do 25 in 4 seconds. You would need 6.25 casts per second. At 4% consumption. If you have... I mean, you don't even need the 25,000 mana, though. You just need to be able to regen that fast. I don't know, mana stacking's looking okay. Then I wouldn't even need that much. I could get away with like half as much, which would mean I'd only need. I could probably get away with like 25,000 flat mana and scale it with percent. And I could probably I could get to 7,500 pretty easy, I think. And then, because that'd be 3x. And that should be good enough. Because you can regen it very fast. There is another way to consume a lot at once, too. Like, the more I get over 1,000, like, as long as I'm out regenning what I use. It's a thought. I think mana stack or um like some like focus blessing or all stats. I think they can all work pretty well. Okay. But you really would want these. I don't know. Maybe I play a game for an hour now. kind of done with my thinking. So what do I want to do for the next 4/5 days? What could I what would I do? What could I stomach for like 4 days straight? I don't think I'd be able to play Slay the Spire 2 for 4 days. I need breaks for that game. Well, this game is negative reviews. This was an option. Why are they negative? $15 for an inventory tab? What to play? What to play? I'm not sure. I don't really want to spend too much money if I'm gonna buy something else. Or maybe I just give myself an early day today. I don't know. Is there anything else I want to look at? Maybe I can look at a couple more things for the next hour or so. I want to go double check on the elixirs now that I think about it. Cause like, okay, so all the distillates. What is this? The crit one. So all the distillates are either, well, with the from cards or the one from drop. So I can't rely on any of these early. So for the elixir, I'd want to use early on probably a compound tonic. It just makes sense. Like that would stop me from dying in the early game while I'm going through the campaign. However, the other option I have because actually, how do I solve like regain and regen? I can probably pick it up out of the tree, but then put it on a weapon or something. I mean, how do I solve it with any other character? It usually just comes down to having enough regain and defenses. Usually. Not that complicated. I want to look at her talents again. Not that. This one. I think I'm just going Razor Leaf. Injury buffer's fine. Oh yeah, mana regen is fairly easy to get too. It's a pretty easy recovery effect. Even at just the 8%, which is the base, yeah. You can still get, through the elixir effect and the additional elixir effect, you can get this to like 24% pretty easy. Now you happen to get it to 5, then you get the 12%, and that's like 36%. Assuming you can get like a 300%. I think you can. I think it's doable. I don't think it's even that bad. It does mean you have to run 2 elixirs though. The Steel Vanguard kind of has to be taken. Well, it doesn't have to be taken. They can just... It does have elixir effect in there. You can put it on slates. Yeah, you probably want to go Steel Vanguard. But it's doable. It would make mana stacking doable. But I think you would still go Elementalist. And if you want Steel Vanguard, then you've only got one more slot. You can't take Lich. Lich would have to be dropped. For like Prophet or whatever it is. Or Arcanist, I think. I don't know. I've still not decided entirely how I want to scale defense. But mana stacking can scale defense and offense at the same time. Pretty easily. But I don't know if it can handle... The character's probably going to be slow if I do that. Because if I want the character to be fast, then I have to run the movement do. I don't know. I mean, the temporary life and mana, because these do give temporary mana, and they do count toward max mana values and life and stuff. This does make... I think it does make reservation weird. So you wouldn't be able to... I mean, if you're mana stacking, you're not really reserving mana. Like, it's just not happening. Maybe a little bit, but... Oh, yeah! Did I mark that in my elixir effect? Like 60% level 75 talent? I did not. I actually think this is an increase to it. This might be a multiplier to elixir effect. They always make the wording so weird. But then I can just run one. You get the elixir effect here. Which means you don't have to run. So you can still kind of get the talent running one. This actually looks better than I thought it was at first glance. Because if this works like I think it will, or one of the ways I'm thinking it might, because it's bonus applied to max life or max mana is applied to the elixir skill effect. It being applied to elixir skill effect implies to me that if you have, say, 50% elixir effect, and then you get 10% to max life, then that applies 10% increase to your elixir effect. But it's not additional elixir effect, it's a separate one, is what it sounds like. Which might make up for some of the damage that you lose. But that might be cope. It could just be straight 60% elixir effect. And I think that's more likely. What are some important stats? We got, I think, skill levels up top. But we also need flat damage. Barrage speed? Oh, I do want Gale. I don't know if I factored in getting Gale or not. Oh yeah, I did. I know where I did. Yeah. Skill levels, flat damage. Elixir effect. I don't think elixir effect is gonna be better than stats though. I keep spelling it wrong too. Like I don't know why I hit the E instead of the I every time. I was gonna put something here. Oh, all stats. And then under all stats, I'll order them later. Intelligence. And then like Dex and Enter. Or Dex strength and Tide. I neglected to even look at this. Is there are life stacking things, but I don't know. If I wanted a life stack, I'd just play Rohan. Is there anything that scales off of life recovered? No. Doesn't look like it. If there was, it would be a good option. Iron Fist is cool. Got a lot of int too. Like I think you could effectively int stack. Oh, never mind. Glacial Caster doesn't. Oh no, it's physical to attacks and spells. Never mind. It would work. You can get the crit solved here. Get mana stack. Mana stack might be the way. I don't want it to be, but it might be. Because the defensive one. What's the wording? Taken from mana. Okay. There's nothing that really does it. The Archmages is kind of cool. I don't even know where you get these stats. The hero memories have it? Oh, Destiny's have it. And Boots, it looks like. Yeah, so you got Witch Cloak if you want it. That's like up to 40%, which might work for early, but you'd want to replace those. I haven't even looked at Kismet's. Uh, Divinity Slate, because that would just be the effect. Never mind. That's the Arcanist 24 point. You could get it on a slate. That'd be 40. You'd need another 60. Like chest armor can roll it. Yeah, so that'd be 20. How does Rosa normally go? How much does she get? Oh, she gets 25%. I mean, I can get that much too. Where the Where are the other ones? Like maybe sequences have it? Nope. Blending. No. Well, I mean, you could get it on blending, but you can only get that once. You would get it somewhere. Dream talking? No. Like you can get it on one of these. I don't know which one. Oh yeah. So you could do it on gloves, which you would need to. But like that would mean okay. Is it available on a pack spirit? I don't think so. It's gotta be on something else. Like there's still like 40% that I'm not sure where to get. Prism? You might be able to get it here too. Which this would be a new source, but there's also uh deck? And it would be where are you, Phantom? Oh no, because Phantom just rolls the aura, so you don't have to reserve. Yeah, you just like spell amp. You don't have to reserve it. You keep full mana. But the if you didn't want to run yeah, it gives you a lot of main skill levels too. But if you didn't want to run that, you also get like a belt. And like compensatory. Because that's another way to get spell amp. If you reserve like a teeny tiny bit of your mana, then you just get spell amp there. And you can like consume mana and you get mana regen. Actually, it looks kind of good. I don't want to make another planner for mana. This might be what I do later. Is get like some kind of mana skill. I want to do it early. Charge speed because we're gonna run Gale. Like I think I'm always gonna run Gale. Um, I don't know. I think that's about it. Like, unless I want to add pictures and stuff, which I might do in my free time, I don't really want to do it right now. But I'd only be making it look pretty for myself anyway. I can get int here too. Can you get all stats here? No. That'd be incredible. If I could. But I can't. This is another source of int I could use. Additional cold damage for every stack of focus blessing. It's an interesting, like, thought because it doesn't specify. I guess the damage type is chosen at random and it just has the base damage. And then any added damage just goes into the pool and then gets force converted. Because mechanically, I think that's the only real way you could do it under the hood. It's just all sources of flat are just generic for that skill specifically. That probably wouldn't scale. Get some cooldown. Because like added, yeah, the added damage would work. I don't mind this. Oh, I need to pick out another prism. What do we even want? I'm gonna pick one of these. I don't even know how to use this. Defense equal to 2% of armor. Absorbs 100% of non-true damage taken every 10 seconds. Defense is refreshed when gained again. Oh. Okay, you take 2% of your armor and that is your health, basically. and then that pool absorbs all the damage and then gets refreshed. I have to play with that. That sounds weird. I know people use it and it's pretty expensive. I wonder what this would do to Chromatic. 'Cause it's on hit. And it has an additional main skill on hit. Gives you extra penetrations. And it does it in a ring. Minus 60% damage, but I don't know. It does seem cool. I don't know if it'll work well, but it's cool. Oh, but it's only on attacks, right? That's just ranged horizontal projectiles. It doesn't specify attack. You also don't want to replace the core talent. I think Spell Ripple's probably where I would go. At least initially. I think Miraculous Touch got changed. But I can't read it. I mean, it's just that single line now. Explosion and boss damage. That's why you take it. That's how you get the max energy. Wasn't yeah. 1% additional damage and additional minion damage for every 5 remaining energy. Oh, it's only up to 50% though. I don't know that there was anything. Oh. We're good for tonight. Gonna actually do something tomorrow, so no more boring stream. I'm not sure what. I'll decide either at work or while I'm going to sleep. Good night.